at Temple Street?
Don't you care about this? Brother, don't you care about this? Fuck you! What's up, brother? The trigger happy. Pussy. What? What?
Está bien, así está bien. Tijeras, por favor. Gracias. Listo. Listo, gracias. Gracias, cabrón. Gracias, viejito. Gracias. Cuídate. Gracias. Gracias, Iván.
We're taking everything y'all got, giving it to the fire department. Firefighters are the real heroes. She's a hypocrite. She's a liar. And now they're deporting more people than Trump. And so did Biden. Serial killers repurposed as cops. That's the LAPD. Serial killers. They stopped bringing Jeffrey Dahmer in prison and they put him on the force. Hey, they sent us shoot, y'all. Shoot, y'all. Hey, they're trying to hit the press. They're trying to hit the press. He's a murderer! All y'all gonna find yourselves in a jail cell one day! I'm gonna shoot again! I'm gonna shoot again! Watch out, I'm gonna shoot again! De-escalation part of your training again, huh? I used to think y'all were the good guys. Push right. the area. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Bowie. Get it down, horse. Move it, move it. Leave the area. Let's go. Let's go. Right to protest. Let's go. Hey, we're gonna spread into the wall right here. Let's go. Lopez, I remember you. Go to war if you're trigger happy. Hey, y'all are the reason our city is shot. Y'all are the reason we're cutting down the city services. Go to war if you're trigger happy. Shoot me. Fuck you. You fucking bitch. Fuck yeah. Peaceful protest. Hey, can you not let her on my fucking street? Hey! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful
Say, brother.
We love Little Tokyo! Get the fuck out of Little Tokyo! We love LA! Close this opening left.
Gotta get with this first one. SB98 is in the back. Come on now.
Leave the area. Leave the area. Leave the area. Come on, leave the area. Move. Leave the area. Leave the area. Leave the area.
Back.
That's me, right?
Nugget.
Oh, hey.
dumbass motherfucker! Peaceful protest!
They're the ones with the weapons. They're the ones with the weapons. Have no weapons.
That in a wheelchair when they tear gas, and that's really something that's traumatic. Just look down. Well, they got another line of the there going, and everyone is
Corralling them all in, they're going to pop up here. Corralling them all in. Corralling them all in the three sides. Great, how much?
it's
Good tactic.
very good tactic. If I was a regular person trying to leave myself. I want to bring that iPod back in I'm Ryan, what's your name?
Good, Chris Castle.
Nice to meet you. I don't feel good either. But at least I didn't start to get Yeah, my wife's like, you want to get out of my house. I've also never seen this many helicopters in the air. Look, I know it's normal in LA though. Second time I've ever been here. First time we got 600 people off the streets in Skid Row. Yeah? Now we're fighting the people. Now they're moving. Forward.
right behind Los Angeles City Hall. They are moving by the dozens here down Main Street, going west. It looks like officers with officers here on top of their horses. Again, these are Los Angeles police officers who are now taking over Main Street between Temple and Third. It sounds like over on Spring Street there are more flashbangs going off, but if you look this way, we can take a look. Here's the two-way suicide. There, last 15 minutes, now Los Angeles Metro Police pushing back, looking at just Sandra.
Hey, go off.
Got it.
You want to go that way?
Bring in law enforcement expert Bruce Thomas. Bruce, some of these images that we have seen include a lot of law enforcement and multiple rounds of non-lethal rubber bullets, foam bullets, as Tim was saying. What do you make of the situation that you see right now? Because it does appear as though it has escalated since we last spoke with you.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It definitely has escalated into a huge confrontation. LAPD and sheriffs with their skirmish lines are trying to move the crowd. They're not moving. So they're using their less lethal weaponry to move the crowd. Eventually, they'll bring in the horses to move them and possibly bring in the motor units that I know are staged further down by the federal building. But yeah, it's definitely at a tipping point.
for so many people to show up for this peaceful protest today. Again, as we've mentioned, this has taken a turn. But we also know that there are National Guard troops. There are Marines in the ground in our city as well. Just for our viewers, just because there is a distinction here, can you talk to us a little bit about what those federal agents' job is and what our local law enforcement's job is today?
Yeah, what you're seeing is, and what everybody recognizes, is LAPD. They're in the black, the dark navy blue uniforms, if you were. They're being supported under mutual aid by the LA County Sheriff's Department, which has brought in some of their mobile field forces. The National Guard and the Federal Protective Police are tasked with protecting the federal properties, i.e. the Metropolitan Detention Center, the federal building downtown, and the federal building in Westwood on Wilshire Boulevard. Then you have the Marines, which are backing up the National Guard. Both agencies, National Guard, Marines, typically, and they shouldn't be on the streets of LA patrolling or doing crowd control. They're basically force protection units.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, what we see on the ground right now from Tim Caputo shot, we see those officers in the black. That's LAPD. That's who has now reloaded those non-lethal rounds. And we also saw sheriffs right behind them as well.
Yeah, you see the officers are directing people to leave, to disperse, to get out of the street. And that's when they want to do this now, rather than wait to curfew and possibly try to do this under the cover of darkness.
Bruce, you have a long history of working in law enforcement, almost 3 decades with the LA County Sheriff's Department. I do want to ask you a question based on something our viewers might have caught here in a little bit. We saw Matt Gutman of ABC News, his camera. He was being pushed back by some of the officers, and there's been kind of a fine line that officers and Sheriff's Department officials have walked in terms of dealing with members of the media. This is a precarious situation. There is a lot of media out there, some of them with TV, a lot of print, a lot of still photographers who are right up on the front lines there. How, I'm sure every situation is different, but how tough is it when you're out there and you have kind of unmarked reporters just in plain clothes, T-shirts, not wearing a suit and tie like we sometimes are in this field, dealing with that situation of media in your face and on the streets when you're trying to control a crowd like this?
Yeah, Jory, it's a great question. It's a real tough challenge for law enforcement. Media typically, like you said, they have a manner of dress. In a situation like this, they're more casual. We would like to see some sort of maybe tactical vest, traffic control vest that says press, says media on it. We've seen it in some of the, for lack of a better word, the war zones that we've seen, where reporters are there. Also, we understand they have a job to do. Sometimes they do get in the way of it because they want to get the live shot or the money shot or the report right from the action. And that's where it becomes a problem for law enforcement.
We want to go back to Tim Caputo. Bruce, thank you so much for your time. But on the left side of your screen is you're seeing Tim Caputo's live picture there. He was just told to put on his mask. That is from law enforcement.
Tim, you can see those officers doing that as well behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Tim.
Yeah, real quick, guys, because I just want to give you a sense of what's happening here as you see this huge kind of staging area here at the top of Temple and Spring Street, even with the tactical officers and deputies up on the trucks there. We were just told a short time ago by a nice officer who let us know, go ahead and put your mask on if you have one. It seems as though as they were shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, they are now taking a different tactic by the Sheriff's Department, something we saw down on Main Street itself. The LAPD, which had lined up on the street here, shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, have now been replaced by the LA County Sheriff's Department. And we know from what we've seen this afternoon, it is a bit of a different tactic. Take a step back here, hold on. That they are using the tear gas to shoot into the crowd. Not to say that the non-lethal rounds weren't effective, but I could tell you from the 2 times we were hit from it, that gas certainly works. And the tear gas itself likely going to be shot into this crowd in front of the steps of City Hall. Show to the left here a little bit so you get a sense of where we are. Obviously, you have law enforcement in front of the steps of City Hall. The crowd itself is on Spring Street. They haven't moved since they were moved up a little bit from where they were on the 101 and down where they were on Main Street. Now the Sheriff's Department lining up, getting their masks on, putting their helmets on, and getting ready what is, to my understanding, is about to shoot some tear gas into the crowd. And boy, I got to tell you, it's going to be tough because there is a lot of people in that crowd, and those people are going to get hit hard with that tear gas. But this, at this point, is an inevitability, as the police departments here, both LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, have tried for the last at least 30 minutes to get this crowd to move off of Spring Street out in front of City Hall. They just have not done that. So now here in a matter of moments, we're about to have what believes to be tear gas shot into this crowd.
Oh, Tim, just because we've seen a few different vantage points here today, can you give our viewers a bit of a scene setter again, exactly where you are, how far City Hall is from you?
Yeah, we're look up, bro. Right, okay. City Hall is right next to us. So we're on the north side of City Hall. We're on Temple Street that goes uphill to Spring Street. We actually walked over Spring Street. It was not blocked by CHP, one of the few blocks that wasn't. Main Street, Los Angeles, and Alameda were all blocked by CHP. Much of the crowd actually moved up to Spring Street itself. Some of them were working their way down Temple Street. That's where we saw some of the skirmishes, where they were shooting the flashbangs, and where the mounted sheriff's deputies were. They are now, where'd they go? Up the street a little bit here behind me. But so we're next to City Hall, and this crowd is in front of City Hall on Spring Street. The sheriff's deputies are standing right at the intersection of Temple and Spring Street. And we're going to give it a second here because it seems like in any second they're going to start firing this tear gas into the crowd. They have, and here we go. This is where it begins and where they really start to move the crowd back. Those are flashbangs, a combination of flashbangs and the tear gas. And look how effective that is. Flashbangs are the ones going off above the crowd. They are loud, they are jarring, and they do get your attention and move you back. That sounds like the pepper balls shot from a paintball gun as well. Hitting those are a little bit more centralized. Oh man, from right over my shoulder there. Yeah, he's behind me. But they are shooting into the crowd, both the tear gas and the flashbangs from above, and you see kind of the effectiveness when it gets to pushing that crowd back. Sophie, you had asked a little while ago, well, what's the plan? Where are they sending them? At the moment, not right here. So that's the purpose of this, is like I said, as they start to move the crowd back and disperse the crowd away from where it's the most congregated, the most packed, the hope is a handful of people peel off, a handful of people go home, and the crowd gets smaller and smaller to the point where it's less to deal with for these officers. But I can tell you, between the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD, there is a whole host of law enforcement out here at this intersection firing that tear gas and those flashbangs into the crowd. There's a toss from the crowd. That one went off right there, pushing it back as the Sheriff's Department's moving up. Let's move up with them here, Will. Let's just get to the corner here real quick, just to show you as police are moving up. One thing to keep in mind, Will, that's far enough, is when you get some of these officers as they're moving up, you occasionally get projectiles thrown back at police as the tear gas and as the flashbangs are going off. There's a water bottle being thrown at police. And what you're seeing is the sheriff's deputies are the first ones in the line here, moving the crowd up, specifically with the tear gas, oftentimes with those flashbangs, and a combination of those two, definitely pushing the crowd back from City Hall. They did have barricades up, yeah, and it looks like they have someone in custody right here in front of us, someone who clearly didn't move back. Of course, we can't see or didn't see exactly what this person did. We got you. And we are keeping a decent distance. Here comes that tear gas in our direction. That's not ideal. But what they're doing is, as they push this crowd back to one street up, excuse me, as they push the crowd back.
All right, Tim.
One street up, the gas really gets in there, and it is a very effective way to move the crowd. And certainly, depending on the direction the wind is moving, it is a very effective way to move that crowd. And as they move up the street, we're going to take a step back and catch our breath.
Yeah. Tim, get your breath. This is David Onum sitting in for Jory Rand right now, along with Sophie. Great reporting, Tim. A war zone it's quickly turning into in downtown Los Angeles. So obviously all the pictures that you see on your screen are live pictures. That was from the ground, from Tim Caputo's camera. They have been overcome with the tear gas. This obviously is Air 7. So let's get to Marcel Melanson, who's been overhead. And Marcel, you've been seeing what's been transpiring. You saw the flashbangs, the tear gas. What effect is it having on the crowd?
David, basically the crowd was not moving until those measures were introduced. We had a large crowd in front of City Hall. That was probably the largest contingency left as around downtown as we looked around here. And once the sheriffs moved in and they began to use the tear gas, immediately the crowd reacted so fast. I mean, they moved out of here with a quickness. You still have a couple of agitators that are in there that are throwing tear gas back at the officers, but for the most part, the large crowd that was here just a few moments ago has now scattered throughout Grand Park and more south on Spring Street. So definitely an effective way to get them out of here. You could see as I tilted the camera and pan over here to Grand Park, you see a number of protesters that are making their way out of here where they just were not leaving prior to that.
Right. Clearly, it's having some effect. And Sophie, it's a shame, though, because there have been a number of peaceful protests throughout the day. In fact, Los Angeles, downtown where you're seeing right now, had thousands of people that were peaceful through most of the day. And we have places like Whittier and Pasadena still underway. Riverside just got underway. You said Long Beach and Santa Monica. All of these places were peaceful, but this is how how LA is going to be identified from today, and has continued to be identified this way, and that is the violence within the few square blocks that this is taking place.
Yeah, that's right. And those protests started at around 10 a.m. this morning, and hundreds of thousands of people we know showed up in downtown LA. And now, if you take a look at your right-hand side, LA County Sheriff's Department moving in towards. Sorry, apologies. I don't know exactly which street that is, but they are moving closer to where those protesters were. Marcel, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that the protesters are now moving out. We've talked about early on about strategy and tactics and what the sheriff's department can do versus the less lethal rounds of LAPD. I think it was a tactical decision to move the sheriffs in here because they can use tear gas, and it was probably more effective in this case to get those protesters out from in front of City Hall. That was their main focus. So you could see this contingency of sheriffs, their SRT or special response team has moved in front of City Hall. They replaced all the LAPD units. And now where we had a large crowd, I would say probably a couple thousand people are all on the move. They have pretty much dispersed the area. They've moved to the south and to the west to Grand Park. And now they're basically what we had before with that large crowd in front of City Hall has now gone.
But Marcel, it's taken a long time. That dispersal order came in just before 4 p.m. today. It's now just after 6. And part of the reason why that dispersal order came in is because LAPD reported that bottles, bricks were being thrown at law enforcement officers as well as fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, we were here. I was here at 4 o'clock when the dispersal order started, and I actually saw the first interactions between the protesters and LAPD, and it was the way that the mood changed and the basically the posturing of the whole situation almost changed in an instant. It went from no incidents reported all day, hundreds of thousands of people, to now very quickly. And I want to say that I think that first initial incident happened down on Alameda, down in front of the Federal Detention Center, is where it first triggered, and then it just trickled off into the rest of the area here. And very quickly, I think the dispersal order, one of the tactics is, hey, give them a chance to go on their own. We don't want to have this immediate clash, and that's one of the tactics that they've used. Show of force, get a lot of officers here, let them see them in the place, and then we'll try to get these people to come out peacefully. I think the last thing anybody wants is a confrontation, so they're using whatever tactics they can to forcibly move them out without actually having contact.
Right. So perhaps you're right. That incident may have occurred near the Federal Detention Center, which explains why so few people actually heard the dispersal order go out. Even Matt Gutman was explaining that he didn't hear anything, but suddenly there was this police action. That might be because it wasn't anywhere near where the masses were this afternoon. Nevertheless, we are approaching 6:08 right now in the evening. The curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock, although now this dispersal order changes the rules just a bit. They want everybody out of this area. And the vast majority of people seem to be cooperating now, especially with the tear gas, the flashbangs, etc. But there's always that small group of people that actually look forward to this opportunity to create unrest and do what they do. And we've been watching it for the last 8 days, Sophie.
Yeah, you mentioned those flashbangs, the tear gas, and those mounted officers. Those horses are strong. We saw some protesters come in contact with some of those horses as well. But we want to get back to the ground with ABC's Alex Stone. Alex, what's going on where you are right now?
Hey, Sophie and David. Yeah, things have definitely calmed down here now compared to when I was talking to you just a little while ago, and we were more in front of City Hall and the smoke was going off and the less lethal munitions were being used. We're in front of the LAPD right now at Main and First. You can see they have a skirmish line right here. The Metro unit, their SWAT team, just moved everybody down. And we, at least on the other side of City Hall, there's something going on. But generally here, it has calmed way down, and police are beginning to take a lesser stance based on what they were able to do and move everybody down. It did clear a lot of people out. I want to show you, we were live on the air and all of those booms and bangs were going off, and they are on the other side of City Hall and then down the street a little bit. But this is half of what we are told is called a bang ball, is what one officer called it, where it goes up in the air and then bursts open and has gas and things in it. This is part of a 40 millimeter flashbang, the big booms that were going off. These are all over the ground down here right now. And these are what we're going boom, and then either putting out gas or putting out a loud noise and getting those protesters to move. But I was talking to one detective, guys, and they say that this is going to be a very long night. They know they're going to be battling and playing kind of a cat and mouse game of the protesters running up and they push them back, running up and push them back. But it is a much lesser stance, at least in this area around City Hall and LAPD headquarters, than it was just a little while ago. So they're continuing to move people around, but it does seem they're making progress.
Yeah.
David, Sophie?
It may explain the very firm movement by PD and sheriffs to get this crowd out of the way, because they anticipate this could be a tough fight today. There's been a lot of attention on this Saturday. It's happening right now. We're right in the midst of it. And perhaps if they get ahead of the game at 6 o'clock in the evening before the sun actually goes down, they could have the upper hand sooner than later.
David, that's exactly right. They really held off most of the day. There was a lot of screaming at police. There was a lot of screaming at the National Guard and the Marines, who are now in front of the federal building where it had just been National Guard. More munitions going off in the distance, but more officers coming out now. So they're going to have quite a fight on their hands tonight, but they are making progress right now, guys.
You just mentioned that it had calmed down where you were, but again, now we are starting to hear that pick up again. We want to go to Tim Caputo, who is also live in downtown LA. Tim, what's happening where you are at this moment?
Yeah, we're on the steps of City Hall, like physically standing on the steps on the front end of City Hall. The deputies let us move up a little bit to get behind them to kind of get a better vantage point of their operation as they're pushing this crowd down towards First Street. We saw them essentially right in the middle of City Hall, underneath Grant Park, and the crowd here in the street. Just maybe 5 minutes ago, they started to throw some of those flashbangs, some of those, I didn't see tear gas this time around, but you see how much smaller the crowd, at least in the street, is at this point. What we're seeing is now the sheriff's department taking the lead. Earlier, LAPD had moved in with all of those officers firing those non-lethal rounds into the crowd. They have been kind of taken over initially with that big, overwhelming amount of tear gas into the crowd a little while ago, the ones that hit us too. And now the crowd has dispersed an awful lot, and they've moved them nearly to First Street. It's just a long stretch of road here, so they're not quite there yet. Here's the thing with this this intersection that's a little bit tough. Not quite an intersection, but essentially where it intersects with Grant Park. Will, if you come look this direction here, I know the sun is behind me, so it'll be a little tough to see. The park here that goes up to Hill Street is actually packed with people. We don't know if these, when we were here earlier, like I say 3 hours ago, these were families, these were people buying popcorn, buying hot dogs in the crowd, in the crowd. We don't know if that same kind of joyful group is here. Certainly the ones in the streets are the ones battling with the sheriff's deputies and police officers the last couple hours now. They seem to be authorities focusing their attention on the handful of folks in the street. It seems like maybe 100 or maybe 200. And that's where they're focusing their attention. They are not moving all that quickly, but they are certainly moving what seems like eventually to First Street. And actually, if you see down the street from where I'm standing, it looks as though there's LAPD all the way on First Street, on Spring Street, blocking them. So they would have to go either direction on First Street. Obviously, there's a method to the madness on how they're dispersing the crowd and moving them out. But you see them giving that dispersal order, telling them it's an unlawful assembly, and getting them out of here. It should be mentioned, too, because earlier when there was talk of a dispersal order, it caught me off guard. We were over on the other side of the 101. I didn't hear anything, but we saw the movement of police officers. So it's not surprising that a lot of people were relatively caught off guard, knowing that they were here maybe until the curfew at 8 o'clock, maybe leaving a little bit earlier. But obviously, since things have ramped up, it has not ramped down to that point as we see police and sheriff's deputies continuing to move this crowd.
Okay, Tim, hang tight. We have an interview now with Deputy Chief from LAPD, Tingrides. Deputy Chief, are you there? And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Tingrides Imada? We might not have him.
Hello.
Oh, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Deputy Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. What are we watching happening here right now in downtown LA?
We have declared an unlawful assembly, and the Los Angeles Police Department is currently initiating crowd control tactics and trying to gain compliance from a group that has ignored a dispersal order that was provided. So what you are seeing on television now is Los Angeles Police Department, along with the Sheriff's Department, mitigate this large crowd. We are asking individuals to leave the area southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. I'd like to say that we started off with 20 to 30,000 participants at its peak, and the protest was peaceful. Not until rocks and bottles and projectiles were being thrown at our officers did we initiate crowd control tactics in an effort to bring peace and calmness to that area and protect the children and families and protesters that were there to express their First Amendment today.
Deputy Chief, we are, of course, watching this play out live in downtown LA, and protesters there right now might not be listening to this, but their friends and family members might be. What would be your message to relay to these protesters or, some of these bad actors that we've seen in downtown LA today?
My message would be to leave the area. The Los Angeles Police Department has been extremely patient today. We have given direction in English and Spanish. We have allowed a proper amount of time for the group to hear this messaging and leave the area. Right now, the traffic jams, families are unable to come to and from. I am asking for the individuals to disperse and leave the area immediately.
Deputy Chief, can you tell us or explain to us what happened? What forced law enforcement to give this dispersal order around 3:45 today?
Sure. There was a crowd in the 300 block of Los Angeles Street, and they were blocking traffic and creating a traffic jam. our officers were in the area, and there's a pedestrian bridge in that area, which was high ground. Those individuals had a position of advantage, and they began throwing rocks and bottles and projectiles at our police officers. At that time, the incident commander declared an unlawful assembly. We gave them an ample amount of time to leave the area. We then administered less lethal, and the crowd began to disperse. What you're seeing on TV now are splinter crowds and groups that are broken off from that main crowd, and we are trying to mitigate those groups with this second dispersal order that has been given.
We know that some of these officers, like you mentioned, had been struck with bottles, with bricks. Any officers that you know of at this moment injured?
At this time, I am not aware of any officers that have been injured. I would like to say we are working very closely with the Los Angeles Fire Department. We have a force protection of LAPD officers that are working side by side with the LAFD. They have need to go in on at least 2 locations that I know of to render aid to individuals. And when groups fail to disperse, it makes it very difficult for the fire department to do their job and render aid to those that need it.
Okay, Deputy Chief, have you noticed, is this 8 p.m. curfew working in your opinion?
I truly believe the curfew is working. We had multiple businesses in downtown Los Angeles that were burglarized and looted earlier in the week. Once the mayor initiated this curfew, we've seen a decrease in burglaries and looting. In fact, we have not had one burglary or looting incident in 4 days since the mayor instituted the curfew in the downtown LA area.
That is great news. What about the other protests that are going on? I know that they are largely peaceful. We're getting word that another protest is breaking out now in Van Nuys. When it comes to personnel, can you cover all of this? And have you heard of anything like this or similar to what we're seeing in downtown that may have been happening somewhere else in LA?
The Los Angeles Police Department is fully mobilized right now, which means days off were canceled. And with the partnership of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, we have enough resources to mitigate the groups and crowds that you're currently seeing and watching on television. I am aware of different events that have occurred throughout LA County, and those events, my understanding, have been largely peaceful as well.
Deputy Chief Amara Tingarides, this is Giovanna Lara joining David Ono here on the set. I know that you have worked for many, many years to establish good communications between the citizens of Southern California and the department, the Los Angeles Police Department. Do you have any comments on what's been happening here over the last week in terms of maintaining good communication, an open line of communication between the community and law enforcement?
It is so vital that we are communicating. We, for the past week, have done extensive outreach. I'm currently the commanding officer of Central Bureau, and downtown Los Angeles is my area. And over the past week, we've had emergency meetings. We've met with our downtown business improvement districts, our downtown alliance, and our community members. And our main focus in communication with them is peace and safety for all communities. And we have utilized our social media platforms, emergency meetings, dialogue. Our senior lead officers have been going out to businesses, checking on them, working very closely with our city partners to get any graffiti removed from any buildings, and really pushing towards an effort to bring calmness back to our community, but also to ensure that they understand what resources are available to them in this time. And the messaging that we have put out to the community is that we see you, we hear you. The Los Angeles Police Department is here to keep our community safe, and we will get through this.
Deputy Chief, I'm going to ask you one more question, but I want to give you a reference to our audience. On the left-hand side, you see that is the crowd that we talked about just a second ago in Van Nuys. This is at Irwin Street and Van Nuys Boulevard. It is a peaceful protest, although they are in the middle of the intersection, but they are literally dancing. So that's what you're watching there. The pictures on the right-hand side of the violence that's happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. So, Deputy Chief, if this continues, if the violence continues and these problems continue for the next few days, is the LAPD prepared to handle it in a manpower sort of way?
The Los Angeles Police Department is prepared. We have an incident management team that has been with this incident from day one. We have coordinated with, again, Los Angeles County Sheriff, the California Highway Patrol, and we have enough resources to address what is going on right now in our city. The message to our community is we are doing our best to make the community safe, to keep our protesters that are protesting peacefully safe, but we also are not going to tolerate the small minority of agitators that are wreaking havoc and attempting to harm our officers and vandalize our communities. We will arrest you if you ignore our dispersal orders, and we will be enforcing the curfew.
Well put. That's an important message. The vast majority of people are trying to make a statement, a peaceful statement. It's only a handful of people that are creating the chaos that we're seeing. Deputy Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck to you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Let's take you, okay, so that is downtown Los Angeles, and that's where a lot of attention has been. And Van Nuys, though, that is a peaceful protest in the middle of Irwin Street and Van Nuys Boulevard. The LAPD is there. They're watching them closely. They are in the middle of this intersection, so keep that in mind if you're driving through this area. But Giovanna, we've been watching them. It's not a lot of people, and they're literally dancing with a choreographed dance in the middle of that intersection.
Yeah, and I just want to note that earlier we heard from Tim Caputo. He's in downtown Los Angeles, and he was describing as tensions were building near his live reporting, and then someone came and brought a speaker with music.
Oh, yeah.
And all of the people who were focused on the tensions that were building between some of the protesters and the law enforcement out there then turned their attention to the speaker. And he said it changed the mood.
Yeah.
It just changed the mood and lightened the mood.
A lot of what we're seeing there in Van Nuys, hopefully that situation stays peaceful. We're going to continue to watch that. Downtown, as you know, and as it has been, that is a bit of a powder keg, and we will continue to watch the ebbs and flows of that. But then let's take you to a peaceful protest right now in Riverside, where this day was meant to be this way. If you have something to say, do it peacefully, and there have been thousands of places across the country where people have done so, including Riverside. And here's Rob McMillan with more. Rob?
Right, peaceful so far. Again, we have been here for about an hour and a half. Much different than the situation in Los Angeles. Obviously, what's happening downtown, tens of thousands of people. By our check with Riverside Police, there are about 5,000 people here in downtown Riverside. But the other thing that's different, this didn't start until 5:30. And once it did get started, it accelerated very rapidly. I've never seen so many signs, so many different signs with so many different messages. And what happened here was this protest started with all the protesters gathered on the street corners, and they would wait until the traffic lights would signal that it's okay to walk across the street. They would then do so, walk across the street. It appeared as though they were blocking traffic, but not really, because they had the walk signal. But then about half an hour ago, they started marching down the streets, blocking traffic, again, peacefully protesting. And I say that because we have not seen any instances of violence. And I just checked with the Riverside Police Department. They have not seen any instances of violence. One other thing that I should say about watching this protest compared to some of the other ones I've seen, some of the anti-ICE protests that we've seen over the past few days, a lot of Mexican flags here. I really have to say that predominantly it's just American flags here for this No King's Day protest. And a lot of American flags we've seen flown in the upside down position. Again, traditionally that would mean a country in distress. We've talked to a lot of people here. Most all of them are local, obviously with concerns with what they're seeing across the country right now. as is typically the case in these kinds of protests where people just start marching hither and yon, it's tough to tell exactly where the center point is, if there is a center point. From what the police department was telling me, a lot of people are beginning to gather at the Riverside Historic Courthouse, but it does appear that the crowd does appear to be dispersing at least a little bit. I did talk with Congressman Mark Takano. He's the Democratic congressperson from Riverside here. He's out here marching the streets, talking about, in his words, how ironic it is that we would spend so many tens of millions of dollars on a military parade in the nation's capital and so much money sending the National Guard and the U.S. Marines here, while at the same time seeing so many cuts to programs that many of the people here depend on. But again, here in downtown Riverside, a lot of noise, a lot of chanting, a lot of yelling, but so far things appear to be pretty peaceful. Although, as I mentioned, traffic is blocked on some streets, but there's been no unlawful assembly declared. There's been no orders to disperse given by the Riverside Police Department, at least at this point. I was checking with Officer Brian Railsback with the Riverside Police Department, and by their estimates, and again, they're monitoring the city camera system as well as drones they have flying in the area, about 5,000 people here at this protest, which is about half of what they had during a very large protest back in June of 2020 during some of the Black Lives Matter protests. Again, that was another situation that started around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Again, I'm talking about the one back in 2020. Almost 10,000 people there, and it did remain peaceful almost the entire time until that order to disperse was given. And then you had dozens of agitators in the crowd start looting businesses, breaking windows, and that kind of thing. But so far, we have not seen any of that in downtown Riverside.
All right.
Live in Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Rob McMillan, thank you for that live report from Riverside. Again, a protest there starting at 5:30. Rob saying about 5,000 protesters are there, and it has remained peaceful so far. And most of the protests we saw earlier today, throughout the day, have been peaceful. Tens of thousands of people were in downtown Los Angeles, and they were peaceful until the late afternoon.
Even, yeah, downtown Los Angeles was peaceful right up until about 3:30 this afternoon. All the other protests that we're hearing about, at least in the Southern California region, have been peaceful. I've heard great things about Pasadena. A great number of people showed up to that. It is still underway, no problems whatsoever. You see Rob's picture. He said a tremendous amount of signs, a very vocal crowd, but law-abiding, sending their message out there. But in downtown Los Angeles, the same has occurred that we've seen in multiple days since basically last Friday and especially last Saturday.
Sunday. And we are waiting to speak with Sheriff Robert Luna. He'll be joining us momentarily, and hopefully we'll be able to get some clarification as to what happened in around that 3:30 time period where emotions pivoted and the tensions began to grow. There were reports of some protesters throwing bottles and bricks at police officers. We also heard from Matt Gutman on the ground that he did not see that. He was not able to see that, but we have heard other reports, as I mentioned, that did happen. So we'll be hoping to get some clarification.
Yeah, we did.
Sheriff
We get a
Robert.
little clarification from the assistant chief that it happened on the 300 block of LA Street, and it was a small group of people, but they had the high ground, throwing rocks and bricks at the officers below them, and that's when they told those people to disperse. They didn't leave, and so then that's when this massive dispersal order was given about 3:45 today, and the unrest began. Now, they've made a lot of progress, but they've used, a lot of ordnance to do this, from gas to flashbangs and a massive amount of people and horses, and that is still underway. And the question remains, when the curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock, it has been working. Will it work today? Because today is that day when so much attention was put on today for the No Kings protest that happened all over the country. So perhaps there's an extra amount of energy that's going on here, especially in downtown Los Angeles. But you see the amount of law enforcement personnel that's out there right now to get things under control. On the right-hand side, a happier crowd at Riverside that Rob just reported from. And of course, we showed you the shots at Van Nuys of a small group of protesters in the streets that were dancing.
Yeah, and the No Kings protests were planned well before the ICE raids that began last Friday here in Los Angeles. Those were already in place because of the military parade that President Trump scheduled for today. We want to check in with Tim Caputo. He is still in downtown Los Angeles. We know you were kind of surrounded by some of that gas, the flashbangs. Are you okay? I should ask first. It looks like you're doing okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I cried enough tears today to last me for the rest of the month, for sure. You know, what we're seeing here, it's kind of interesting because as we watch this play out, you obviously see all these sheriff labels on the back. This is obviously the sheriff's department here. They have been the ones pushing the crowd up Spring Street. Here's what's interesting. When you get to First Street over there, the dark blue uniforms are LAPD. Now, they are actually on both sides of the street of First and farther along. So what happened is when they moved the protesters up the street, or at least this kind of faction or group of it, the ones that have been kind of sparring with police and not dispersing for the last hour or so, they've run out of room. So if you look to my right here, what they're doing in the corner there is this is the remaining group. There's like a 6-foot, 7-foot fence there. From my understanding, this is a kind of like dirt, maybe construction area. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It sits next to Grant Park. Some of the group was moving up Grant Park up to Broadway. The others that came down Spring Street essentially ran out of room to go to. And what they've done is kind of squeeze the group smaller and smaller. So some of them are now hopping the fence and going up to Broadway. If you look up Broadway from where we are, it's a little tough to see with the fence there, but you see some of the flags waving in the background. That's how you get a sense of where the crowd has moved to this point. Whether or not the crowd, back up 1 second here. Sheriff's Department's asking us to back up. We're obviously not trying to get any more tear gas in our face. And obviously as they're shooting these flashbangs, what, you know, many of them are, you'll see them on the hip of some of these guys and ladies, is they're like grenades. So essentially they pull the pin, they toss them, and that's where you get the spark in the air when it releases, and then when it hits the ground, it explodes. It's not a grenade that has shrapnel in it, it's just a grenade that makes a big loud noise, and that's what they're tossing towards the crowd to try to get them to move back. The movement from here is going to be interesting because there are an awful lot of folks up on Broadway, but guys, as we've seen them move this crowd from Temple Street over to First Street, we've noticed it's getting smaller and smaller. The one thing I do want to point out, because I think it's important when we talk about the back and forth, there is a dispersal order, there's an unlawful assembly. Being out here right now is against the law at the moment, so that's why they're trying to move this crowd. We haven't necessarily seen, at least not with my own eyes, an awful lot of stuff thrown at police in the last 30 minutes. 2 or 3 water bottles. I have not seen rocks or anything like that, but here comes LAPD. It looks like they might be grabbing the remaining people who didn't hop the fence as they ran out of room in that area, pushed by the Sheriff's Department, flanked by LAPD. And what it seems like is happening at this point, I'm trying to get a vantage point, is they may be detaining the remaining people who are unable to hop the fence and get out of this area. Where they move from here, obviously we'll be following in tow and following close behind the Sheriff's Department to see exactly where they push this crowd. But obviously the tactics of the tear gas and those flashbangs seem to be working to not only push the crowd back, but eventually get them to disperse.
So are you saying that the folks that are there right now, that they want to disperse, but there's not an exit for them?
It looks as though, I mean, so we were obviously all the way up Spring Street as we were coming down, right, in front of City Hall. What we were seeing was they were pushing them this direction, but I could tell you on First Street, on this sidewalk, there's a line of LAPD. And now it looks like they may have moved. No, they didn't. So they're now making a smaller and smaller circle, essentially circling the wagon around the remaining protesters here. They pushed them into an area, the Sheriff's Department, where it was just LAPD. And it appears as though it would make sense at this point, the folks who didn't hop the fence and get out of Dodge up to Broadway may be detained or at least pushed outside this immediate perimeter. We're trying to see, I don't necessarily see anyone in handcuffs. It does look like they're letting them go by police officers, but it was interesting because as the Sheriff's Department pushed them up, they were met by LAPD on the other side. And by the time they got to the end of the street, they were fully surrounded by police.
Tim, I want to interrupt you here. Stay there, don't go anywhere. But we just got word from LAPD Deputy Chief Imada Tingarides, whom we were speaking with a short time ago. She is telling us to tell our viewers that people should be leaving the downtown area southbound on southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. That is the route that they should take to leave the downtown area. Southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. And you're looking now at a map of downtown there to the right of your screen. So again, that is from LAPD Deputy Chief Imada Tingarides.
Giovanna, I can't see from above if there are any folks still down on that end over by Alameda Street. I can tell you, if you're on Broadway, good luck getting to Alameda, because as they've come through here, police officers are blocking all the streets. Alameda's like 4 blocks down from where we're standing. So obviously the federal building, the Metro Detention Center is Alameda and Aliso. That's where we've seen the protests. We've been here essentially every night the last week. That's where all the tensions began and where that dispersal order came in. As they've moved the crowd up this direction, I don't know if they could get all the way down to Alameda. Here's the thing, though. If they let them walk down to 2nd Street, excuse me, there's a chance they can get down the street. But from what we've seen from this vantage point, this kind of lively crowd, if you will, that were going back and forth with the sheriff's deputies, both on Spring Street and on Main Street, they've been pushed up to Broadway and Hill in the opposite direction of Alameda. There may be a plan to eventually get them back down or over to 2nd Street, but at this point, we've seen them move up the hill rather than down towards Alameda. That being said, this is a big crowd here. I know it was tens of thousands of people earlier. I can't exactly see if there are still lingering folks on that side of downtown, but I can say for at least this crowd, here they are here. We're watching them move up 1st Street. LAPD officers, some of them jogging up the street, and they're about to interact. Here comes another flashlight. Who is he throwing that at? But there's no one over here. So maybe that's just to give a little warning that stuff's about to go down. That was an interesting call by that one sheriff's deputy as they giggle about it here. But LAPD walking up 1st Street as they're about to approach the crowd up on Broadway. If the sheriff deputies let us go by here, we're going to work our way up to 1st Street and follow behind LAPD as they continue to move this crowd and disperse them. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio for a second while we move to the corner up here.
All right, Tim, thank you. And we should remind everyone, we heard from law enforcement, local law enforcement. We heard from Sheriff Robert Luna. We heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass that people who are coming to Los Angeles to the different protests to protest peacefully, that they will be protected by local law enforcement. But anyone trying to stir up trouble, any agitators, anything thrown at police officers, or anyone putting anyone else in danger would be handled by the LAPD, and they seem to be doing that.
Since the dispersal order went out, then everybody has to leave, though. That's the clarification here. You can protest in other areas. You could protest in LA, downtown LA, and thousands of people did protest peacefully. But once the dispersal order goes out, then you have to leave. Your time is up. And the people who stay behind are basically in violation of the law. There are many other protests going on throughout Los Angeles. They are all peaceful as of now, and we've shown you quite a few, and we'll show you more throughout the evening. Rob is monitoring closely the Riverside protest that just got underway at 5:30 this evening. It has a great deal of energy and about 5,000 people there, but it is peaceful so far. Van Nuys, we saw a smaller group, about 200 to 300 people. They were dancing in the street. That is peaceful. Pasadena is said to be peaceful the entire time with a large crowd. So that basically is the picture. This is the area of concern. Once that dispersal order goes out, everybody has to leave. It doesn't matter if you're peaceful or not. And then the curfew then kicks in at 8 o'clock. So even though if you are still just in the area and out in the streets, you cannot be out there in that very specific area. It's a small area, but there's a very specific area that the mayor did identify, and according to the deputy chief, it has worked. There has been no looting, no break-ins, et cetera, since the curfew was ordered.
And to the right of your screen, you're looking at video from earlier today. You look at the number of people who were in downtown Los Angeles earlier today when the protest began late this morning and ended. It was supposed to end at 2 o'clock, and you would assume that everyone would disperse. A lot of people continued to stay in downtown Los Angeles. But the point being, the numbers of people who were in downtown and that protest was primarily peaceful, or was peaceful until about 3:30 when that dispersal order was given. And we did hear from Bruce Thomas earlier today, who said because the curfew was happening at 8 o'clock, that maybe the LAPD wanted to start getting people to leave the area because there was still such a large group there, much smaller than what you saw there, but still a significant number of people on those city streets.
That is not live. I just want to clarify. That's why we have earlier today, there. Yes. The one on the right is some of the unrest, and that's when it was just starting to break out. You see the energy really does change. You see CHP and LAPD making aggressive moves towards the crowds to get people to disperse. And as you can see, that's a 200 block of Los Angeles Street. So we have seen that evolve because of their aggressive maneuvering. It has worked, and the crowd largely has dissipated. There are still a few people out there, and Giovanna, we've seen this all the time. There's always that handful of people. By handful, I mean 100, 200 people that want to remain behind. They want to create disruption. I don't think you could identify them as peaceful protesters by any means, or out there to create havoc, and that's basically what they do. That's their goal.
All right. And again, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in downtown LA right now. The smaller box on your television screen is a live picture. And again, the larger picture on your screen is from earlier today when those protests began to get out of hand.
By the way, we have, there is a no
to 2nd Street. I keep mentioning that it's getting smaller and smaller, and understandably so. They're moving them kind of through the grid systematically up and around the street with LAPD, watch your step there, with LAPD kind of leading the charge with a line of police officers kind of pushing the crowd. Stay on the sidewalk. Yep.
All right,
Two
Tim.
more steps up. Give me 1 second, guys. We just want to get possession. Yep. We want to send it back inside real quick as we're getting up to the corner here as they're pushing this crowd back on Broadway towards 2nd Street.
All right, Tim, thank you. We'll check back with you a little later. Right now, we have Sheriff Robert Luna on the line with us. Thank you for talking with us today. The protests today did remain peaceful until about that 3:30 hour. Can you tell us what changed? What happened?
Well, hello, Giovanna and David. Thank you for having me on. My understanding is that about that time, we had what I'm calling agitators start to attack police officers within that area where they ended up declaring an unlawful assembly and then gave a dispersal order. It's a shame because if you look at the entire day, it was peaceful, peaceful all day with families, legitimate protesters and demonstrators. And then you get these agitators that come in and they are well organized. They're armed with bricks and anything you could throw at police officers, and they start ruining it for everybody. They create chaos. And unfortunately, they are the ones that blew it for everybody. And it's a shame because, as I've told all of you in the past, we encourage and facilitate First Amendment activity. But when it starts to become criminal in nature, as we unfortunately saw around that 4 o'clock hour, our deputies, our police officers start coming in. Your viewers are probably seeing some less lethal being utilized. The only time we are using those tools is when the deputies and police officers are being attacked. And I'm calling right now because I want to see how many of my deputies have been injured. I know that one of our horses was attacked, and that behavior is absolutely unacceptable.
Do you have a number of how many deputies have been injured today?
Today, we're still gathering all the information on any injuries and arrests that we're making thus far. Because we're still in the middle of this, we will get that to you here in the next, hopefully an hour or so.
And
What are your concerns about later on tonight? The curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock. Not that that is relevant here because the dispersal order has already been put out there. But are you concerned about what's going to happen once sundown hits? Because what I understand is, and what was reported to us, is the curfew has been working and it's been effective in protecting some of the businesses in downtown. But how do you view tonight?
Yeah, I applaud Jim McDonnell and the LAPD. I think they've been doing a great job with the curfew that they implemented in the city of LA. And I want to remind your viewers that we're probably dealing with about a 1 square mile area. I know it makes it look like everything's going bad. It is not. It's only that one specific area. You asked me if I'm concerned. My job is to be concerned. And because I am so concerned, as is Jim McDonnell and the commissioner of the CHP, we've been planning for this. We knew Saturday was going to be a bigger day than the last few. So we have brought in additional resources from each of our departments. We've been coordinating with other police chiefs from the 44 other agencies in LA County. I've been coordinating with the sheriffs in the area. We are checking with each other because a lot of us had protests today. And in our world, if you're not impacted, you
Everyone get home safe. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Come on. Keep moving. Get home safe, guys. Come on. Let's get home safe. Come on. Hey, we don't want nobody to get hurt. Come on. We don't want nobody to get hurt. Come on. Please. In the area. That's what.
You can be ashamed of yourself.
Have a good night, man. Have a good night. Get home safe, please. Get home safe. Let's go play video games and eat tacos. No one wants to be here. No one. Please. Yeah, you just want to get home safe. Get home safe. Peaceful protest. Pumps. Peaceful I'm from Beaumont. I was up there all the time. It wasn't their decision to come here. Now they're separated from their families, and the courts aren't going to do it. So if the courts aren't even hiring, we're trying to tell them something good, which is the most important thing about this whole thing is the fucking children. All they care about is some fucking adults and not wanting to go back. With this being national news and headlines, that would be the perfect opportunity. Fuck the adults. What about all the children that are missing and to get them lawyers. I mean, where are we gonna go? Gotta go.
Keep walking. Whoa! No, keep walking.
There's a crew right behind us. We're with the press.
Okay, get behind us. Move up the sidewalk. Move up the sidewalk.
Squad that is code 6 at Arcadia.
We're good.
Go back that way. Go back.
Looks like that intersection's getting up.
I know. I let it go. in there.
too long, and now they're boxed in there.
And that curfew, of course, does not apply to folks who live in downtown Los Angeles, folks who are working in downtown Los Angeles, members of the media, or anyone who has legitimate business in downtown Los Angeles. So those folks may simply be trying to get home before the curfew goes into effect. Not a lot of hope is being placed that the 8 p.m. curfew will actually cause folks to leave the area, because keep in mind, at 4:30, a dispersal order was issued and folks, not everyone left the area. So not a lot of faith is being placed in that 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, which has worked for the most part in keeping downtown Los Angeles safer than before the curfew was issued.
Well, we do know there were no Kings protests all across Southern California, from El Segundo to Linwood to Beverly Hills to West Hollywood. We have not been able to cover all of them, but on social media, you have people posting about them. Obviously, the biggest would have been here downtown at Grant Park.
We got some video earlier from Oxnard, Ventura County. They had hundreds of protesters take to the street, and reports are so far very peaceful. About 100 protesters are still out in Oxnard right now. Let's go to Mario Ramirez and his crew on the ground. Mario.
Hi, Gigi. You're seeing these LAPD officers, maybe about 24, some getting into these black and whites here. They're running through this parking lot towards Spring Street, which is on the other side. We're on Broadway, and we've been watching as the remaining crowd here has been pushed from 2nd Street, now closer to 3rd Street. And we could tell you that we were passing one of the metro stations here just a short while ago, and we noticed LAPD officers were blocking the metro station at Broadway and 2nd Street. So it appears that anyone who is thinking about even using public transportation to come downtown, or is planning to leave downtown using public transit, they may be blocking those entrances and exits, likely because of the curfew. Now, as for what you see here on Broadway, from 2nd to 3rd, this is not a one-way street. So fortunately, some of these cars are able to turn around and head in the other direction. And Elliot Mendoza was showing you some of the people in the buildings here that are watching from up above. Earlier, we saw one of the officers here pointing one of the rubber gun bullets towards one of the windows, because it appeared maybe something came down, maybe an object was thrown, and it looks like they're still keeping an eye on that area, as there are 2 people from a window up above looking down. So something may have come down at one point, but that also something that they're looking out for as they're passing some of these residential buildings here downtown. Now, what we've seen is a lot of the people in that crowd that we showed you just 10 minutes ago have now dispersed, a lot of them moving off the sidewalk where you see those cars that are now stuck, very slowly being redirected, turned around. But there's another crowd at 4th Street. So it looks like they're not going to get out of here anytime soon. We do hear LAPD officers making some commands. It's not exactly clear where they're telling people to go, but they're stationed here, and we continue to watch. There you go. Another, that looked like fireworks. That looked like fireworks going off here at Broadway and 3rd.
And we did have reports, Mario, from the LAPD that people were using commercial fireworks. We actually saw that earlier in the week, too.
Yeah, and you continue to hear those loud noises coming from the next block here. And what police are doing is keeping a lot of the media and some of the crowd behind this skirmish line. They don't want anyone to be right in front where, between the protesters and police officers. But yeah, we just heard those fireworks from the next intersection as people are still gathering and waving flags.
To me, that's a very tense situation where you have, I'll call them members of the public there in their vehicles, caught in between a skirmish line there and officers moving forward there using those less than lethal weapons. I'm sure it's a challenge for law enforcement to get those cars moving and turned around and in an opposite direction. But with that police line moving, obviously they felt there was some kind of concern with the people that are protesting ahead of them, that they started using those less than lethal weapons there. Interesting times to see those cars there kind of, I'll say, caught up in the middle or boxed in, just because the nature of moving a bunch of cars in one direction, having them circle around and get them out of the area might take a minute.
And you see those green that appeared guns marked in green, and they're clearly marked in green to indicate less lethal. They're often used for beanbag rounds, and that is when you see that officer pointing that green gun up at a building, that indicates it is less lethal force, which was authorized at about 4:30 when those first officers reported having bottles and bricks thrown at them. There you can see in the distance those LAPD officers there on the right side of your screen. We saw them just moments ago firing. Unclear if they were firing into the crowd, towards the crowd, or at what, but that indicates less lethal force, and they're clearly marked in green, so there's no mistake made.
Let's go to Justin O'Brien in Skyfox, where we get an aerial shot here where we see some of the backup there with that traffic. Justin, from your site, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Christine, the LAPD is actually having some success here. They are pushing them south, and that traffic is slowly moving and making its way down south. This is where those fire hydrants were opened up a short time ago. It appears that the group here is heeding the advice and making their way south. Big building's going to come into way there, but you can see the pedestrians. Here they are, still walking south. So unclear whether they're making way to a metro station or they have vehicles or what they're doing, but they're certainly getting out of that area where Mario is. But that crowd or the line of vehicles appears more to be that they're stopping for the traffic lights than it is that they're trying not to get away. So LAPD is having success here, pushing these vehicles south. Unclear where all these people are going to go once they get towards the 110 and the 10 freeway. Christina and Gigi?
Yeah, well, that is a great perspective to let us know that cars are moving, and you see the bottleneck there at the top of your screen there, where there's having to be more of a merging of vehicles there and some turning down the street there. But good to see that there is movement. Obviously, you said they're waiting for the lights to turn. Do you see police at all to the south of our screen, to the south of our picture? Obviously, the skirmish line LAPD is operating to the north there.
Yes, there's no LAPD to the south. They're actually trying to encourage everyone to go south. So I think they're trying not to impede them in any way. They are starting to 11th Street. Anyone knows that's kind of Olympic area, so that would be Broadway and Olympic. It appears that they actually are trying to make their way east there, or they are actually heading east on 11th. So this crowd has stopped going south, and they're making their way east now. Now, unsure whether that's there's ringleaders there. We've got a guy there showing off with his vehicle. So as we said before, you know, this is becoming a bit of a sideshow, a street takeover. So these weren't the people that came out to do the King's Day protest today. These are people that came out to cause a bit of havoc.
Well, let us remind people who do stuff like this that the department, LAPD, has let people know that you have cameras everywhere. We are seeing things that are being posted. Wouldn't be hard to track down that car if you needed to or wanted to, I'm thinking. As we watch the scene here and the crowd on foot and the cars trying to get through and be pushed down to the south as well, we're going to talk with former LAPD officer Dennis Zine, a former LA City councilman and reserve officer. Dennis, as you look at the aerial shot here, thank you for joining us. I know where this building is. It's by the old Herald building where Arizona State University has a building now, the Proper Hotel. What do you make of the actions of LAPD in getting that crowd away from downtown and City Hall?
Well, this is not what you would consider an orderly group of people who are demonstrating about something they believe in or don't believe in. These are agitators that want to cause problems, disruption. The man who we just saw spinning out in the street, that's reflective of the attitude that some of these people are carrying out now. So what happens is the people who are there for what they believe to be a legitimate cause, they have the right to do that legally, lawfully. And then now as we get to the curfew hour, we start to see the chaos take place because of people who are there simply to cause trouble. Their concern is only to cause trouble and to then have confrontation with the police. So we see how this is going to escalate as we get to the curfew hour, where then they will call for the unlawful assembly, and they're breaking the curfew law. and the buses will come in, and hopefully they'll start arresting these people who are simply there to agitate, not to have any cause except agitation and create problems for the community.
Dennis, it was a large peaceful protest at Grand Park today. Tens of thousands of people, as we knew that there would be no Kings rallies and protests across Southern California, planned way ahead of the ICE operations and Homeland Security operations in the Los Angeles area. Does it surprise you at all that things turned and that LAPD had to declare this dispersal order, that they were taking objects thrown at them? Did it surprise you at all that the nature of the protest changed?
It does not surprise me because we see this happening continuously. The people who are there for the legitimate purpose of a legitimate protest on a cause that they believe and they want to show their disdain and their concern, and it was peaceful in many areas, including the San Fernando Valley, which I was at the location on Topanga Canyon and Victory, where they had a large group, but they were protesting in a lawful manner. What we see happening now as we get closer to the curfew time downtown, we have these people who are coming in there simply to cause trouble, cause problems, and to agitate and have confrontation with the police. I hope many of them get arrested, because what they're serving is a disservice to the people who are there for legitimate concern that they have, that they want to voice their objection, and they have the right to do that under the laws of our land. But these people are simply there to agitate, to cause problems, and to break the law. So we should accommodate them by bringing in the crews and arresting them and taking them down, booking them, let them go through the criminal justice system, because we have a DA who's very aggressive, and we have a U.S. attorney in this area who's very aggressive in prosecuting these people. But these are simple people who don't have a cause other than create problems. That's exactly what they're doing, and we need to respond to that appropriately with the uniformed forces that are there. We got sufficient uniformed forces. We're on a full mobilization within the Los Angeles Police Department, and we have the resources to handle it. So they will handle it appropriately, but this happens when we come to the hour of darkness as we're approaching that curfew time, which I'm glad the mayor did the curfew, because we need to clear this area out, and this is the easy way to get this done.
But Dennis, Gigi Graciette here. Thank you for joining us on Fox 11. Dennis, if they didn't disperse when they got the dispersal order, do we really have any faith that they're going to leave when the 8 p.m. hour reaches and the curfew goes into effect?
Well, then they'll be arrested. Then they'll simply be arrested, because now they're breaking the curfew, so they'll be arrested for the violation. So maybe they want to make it we have a 35 minutes, 30 minutes left before that time, or 25 minutes. So as we come to the hour of 8 o'clock, we're just past 7:30. So we'll see what happens with it. But then the command will be, let's move in and let's start arresting these people, because they're simply there to agitate. They're not there for anything other than to create problems. And we saw the person doing donuts in the middle of the intersection. They're there to create this problem. And clearly we have sufficient resources. There's officers, so those command posts have plenty of personnel to handle it, not only with the LAPD, but the Sheriff's Department and the other allied agencies on this mobilization. We have other allied agencies that are assisting. So there's plenty of personnel there. But they bring in the buses, and that's what I said initially when this started, to arrest these people, get them out of there, let them go through the criminal justice system, and then we can bring this matter to conclusion, and hopefully we can go back to normalcy next week.
And Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, as you mentioned, Dennis, has made it abundantly clear that he plans to prosecute anyone arrested, whether it be simply violating the curfew, failing to disperse, or some more serious charges. And Dennis, I don't know if you heard, but LA County Sheriff's Department has confirmed that at least one deputy has already been injured.
Well, I know that some LAPD officers have been injured also. Fortunately, not critical injury, but they have been injured. Now, man, these officers aren't used to this type of activity. I joined in 1968, so I've been through a lot of situations and turmoil within the city. And many of these officers, the first time they've encountered something like this. But with our department shrinking, as we see, shrinking with 8,800 officers, there's officers that are going to look at this and say, do I really want to continue with this? This is not unusual. This is a very unusual occurrence. We don't see this happening very often in Los Angeles. And I hope those officers will understand this is a unusual situation. But again, since my time when I joined LAPD in 1968, I've been through many of these situations, and you get numb to it after a period of time, but you understand this is what we need to do to maintain law and order in a civilized society that we have here in the United States of America. So they will encounter this. Many of these officers, again, the first time they've encountered something like this, normally you tell someone to comply, they comply this situation. But again, remember this afternoon,
guys, wait.
Stay back. Stay behind the car.
You get that?
So again, the police are taking bottles from this building here. If you're staying at a hotel, please don't rain down bottles on the protest. It does not help. We've got another 50 days of this in Los Angeles, and these policemen are just trying to keep it calm and
believe they will. I have not seen that happen yet. I have not been out here since this happened. But when you participate in orders, that is what happens. And so we're waiting to see what takes place next. I can tell you in this intersection.
Black shirt with the white bag.
It seems like things are safe here, but again,
See what we're doing.
Media, please be patient, everybody. We're trying to clear the roof right now. All right, we have people throwing bottles over the roof, so we're going to clear the roof and then we'll move forward. Okay, so just be patient, everybody. Hopefully it's just one elevator, right? Yeah.
Picked up the bottle on the left side.
might be in the elevator. Yeah, we're gonna go for a walk in a second. Get some water or something. What's up, Hollywood guys? What's up,
Which one's your car? Where are you going? That's fine. I'll walk this guy.
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. All right, take care.
Hey,
He's asking how many people have you treated so far. Around 20 or so. Not too many. Everyone's been kind of safe at the moment. They're still being rubber bullets, pretty much. I don't know.
I saw a guy who looked like he had a pretty badly broken ankle getting pulled out near City Hall by some protesters. I don't know how it happened. Tried to ask the cops for help, and they shoved him to the ground, and they
That's over here. That's over here because we know that the fire department is not going to be staging anywhere. I mean, they're going to stage far away from you. You know, they're not going to come in until it's over. Crazy at the moment. So that's So we're out here, we're volunteering, and we're helping out wherever is injured, whether it's police, whether it's protesters, bystanders.
What's your group name?
Community first responders.
What's your name?
Chris.
Chris Mark.
Chris Enrique.
With
Nice to meet
AT.
you.
If you have any questions about what you guys do later, can I get a number to hit you up on?
Yeah.
All media personnel, please do not get too close to my officers. This is getting to work. You don't have a media pass, you cannot be here. It is not curfew.
And
You don't get too close to my officers.
Community first responders.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, appreciate it.
Hijacked into a story about the violence.
And
Okay.
yet we have another night of curfew now in place as of 8 p.m. in the downtown LA area, 1 square mile. You can see a lot of LAPD officers are there on the ground. And we are watching the stragglers, you might say. But keep in mind that curfew is now in effect. And I would say LAPD much more ready for this curfew as they were last night, sending a very strong message last night with the arrests, with that white LAPD bus, with people being detained, put into that bus. We are looking at a location here. We have cameras at a couple of locations there downtown. And these, you might say, are the stragglers on a Saturday night because there were tens of thousands of people, as you might imagine, a massive turnout for the Dayside protest, the No Kings protest. They were happening around the country. They happened in several locations, but downtown, a big area.
That's right. And No Kings protests across the country. There were 2,000 scheduled protests throughout the United States, coast to coast. Here in Los Angeles County, at least 40 were programmed, but they ranged and they were held up and down the state. San Diego police putting out a message on X earlier today, thanking the community of San Diego for peacefully protesting, saying there had been no arrests and there had been no problems there. But unfortunately, here in Los Angeles, the situation changed at 4:30 this afternoon. Again, if you're just joining us here at Fox 11, we are continuing our coverage of the No Kings protest. We already had camera crews, and we had hoped to bring you a story at 10 o'clock of a peaceful demonstration and interviewing folks with the message they were trying to convey today on the streets of Los Angeles. We had cameras all over because there were protests all over. Van Nuys, Santa Monica, Pasadena, Ventura County, Santa Barbara, Riverside, San Bernardino saw protests all over. But at 4:30, things changed. And that's when we started to hear officer needs help calls, officers saying they were coming under attack by a group of protesters on an overpass near Alameda. And that is when that dispersal order was issued. Not everybody left. A lot of people did. There were reported up to 20,000 people on the streets of downtown Los Angeles earlier. So relatively, this is a much smaller crowd that is causing these issues. We've seen them throw things at police. Police have reported commercial fireworks being used. We saw that. We also saw that in Santa Ana during the week, fireworks being lobbed towards law enforcement officials. There, of course, Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Santa Ana Police Department. But a lot of folks came out with fireworks, and we're being told they are the commercial grade. Pepper balls were launched, trying to get the crowd to disperse. Those foam projectiles, known commonly as rubber bullets, were also shot. And we do have one confirmed report of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy that has been injured. You are looking live. And let's bring in now Hunter Dunn. He is one of the coordinators of the No Kings protest. Hunter, good evening. Where are you joining us from?
Hi, I just got home from the protest in downtown Los Angeles.
And you have, I know you've been following the coverage. I can imagine this must be very disappointing and disheartening.
Which coverage specifically? We had millions of people turn out today, but obviously in downtown Los Angeles, after tear gas and rubber bullets were fired, as I watched it happen in some cases, fired at peaceful protesters, some literally chanting just the words peaceful protest as tear gas and rubber bullets were shot at them, including one of our organizers who was handing out medical supplies. I was a little bit disheartened to see that level of state violence against civilians. Absolutely. And I'm even more disheartened by what happened in Salt Lake City earlier today. It appears that there was a shooting there, and at least one person was critically injured. We don't know the motive yet. We don't know exactly who did it, but we do know that one of our protests, one of our events was attacked, and at least one person is severely injured. So I am absolutely disheartened by the show of violence against a peaceful protest movement that has happened today, both in Los Angeles and also in Salt Lake City.
Hunter, it's Christine Devine here joining this coverage. I wanted to ask you about, let's stay with the LA event first for a moment, because I'm sensing some emotion on your part when it comes to how things turn from peaceful in Grand Park to a change of a dispersal order. Obviously, we don't have cameras everywhere. You have a certain perspective from what you saw. What did you see and how things changed and when?
Yeah, so downtown Los Angeles, our protest was from about 9:30 a.m. and we finished up about 12:30. After that, we announced that we were finishing the event, and we gave specific calls to action about other areas and ways that people could help their city, whether it was supporting SEIU and Shirley's Summer of Resistance at Placido Olvera, or other actions that could be taken, some from the comfort of your own home and some, going out and finding other protests in places like in WeHo, West Hollywood, where a number of different groups were having a pride protest. So there was those actions that were taken, obviously. And once we were done, we were then going around checking in on other events and other protests happening across the city, some of which were No Kings, but not the No Kings that I was involved with organizing, most of which were just general anti-ICE protests, which makes sense as ICE has been victimizing the community of Los Angeles over the past week. And well, going back a lot further than the past week, but it's been especially obvious in the last week. But a couple hours later, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead,
A couple hours later, there was a pretty quick shift in tone, at least from interactions between protesters and law enforcement.
Now, Hunter, LAPD central officers reported it was about just right before 4:30. We were monitoring their transmissions, and we had cameras and reporters also on the ground. They reported, the officers did, taking bottles and bricks and rocks being thrown at them by a group. And I don't like calling them protesters. The LAPD calls them agitators. They also call them outside agitators, implying they were not part of the peaceful protest. They reported taking bottles and bricks and rocks from these agitators. That caused them to issue the dispersal order, and things deteriorated from there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I've read those reports. I've also read reports and seen footage by Associated Press and NBC, both directly contradicting those reports, claiming that they were entirely unprovoked. Now, obviously, I'm part of a nonviolent movement. We have entirely peaceful protests. If there were any sort of violence by outside agitators, that's not something that we support. But the violence that I saw, the violence that Associated Press saw, and the violence that NBC saw were exclusively against civilians by law enforcement. And let me be very specific here. I have spoken to someone who was shot 3 times in the face with rubber bullets. Rubber bullets are meant to be, according to police protocol, shot off the ground and ricocheted and then potentially hitting someone, but more scaring them than anything else. Shooting them directly at someone is a violation of how those are supposed to be used, and that is directly violent in a way that cannot be defended. And that is my fundamental issue there. Frankly, just taking the worst possible situation, someone throwing a water bottle at you versus someone firing rubber bullets at high impact velocity speeds directly at your face, which could cause terminal brain injuries or even kill you, those things are not at all equivalent. And I think it's a disservice to the people of Los Angeles to present it that way. But of course, obviously, I heard you guys were talking about fireworks and stuff. And I understand in that case, we obviously want to be careful when people are playing with literal fire after what happened in California over these past couple months. I was in college when those fires broke out in December. Palisades, Altadena, there's so many different fires all at once. Right, my final season actually got canceled because we had to flee our university at one point.
Hunter, obviously it is a contentious situation there on the ground with different perspectives, different cameras capturing different things. Let me get back to the protest that your group had organized in the first place. Yours was a No Kings protest that was planned long before Homeland and ICE and all of this happening in LA. Is that right?
Yeah, No Kings means it's pretty straightforward that America should not have kings, that we were founded on the principle of resisting against tyranny and oppression and against authoritarianism, and that Donald Trump is acting pretty much like King George III, and that's a charitable interpretation. I can think of plenty other authoritarian strongmen to compare him to that would be harsher and in some cases more accurate. But after what's happened over the past week, it made sense to shift more directly into the way that Donald Trump was enacting his tyrannical power, which was through ICE and through the deployment of the National Guard.
Well, obviously protests were happening around the nation today, the No Kings that were well planned in advance. You mentioned, was it Salt Lake City that you were talking about?
Yes, there was an active shooter or active shooters that we're still not clear on all the details, but we do know that one person was critically injured, and we do know it's a direct that authorities suspect that it was a direct attack on the protest.
Yeah, I'm looking up that information right now. One person critically injured in Salt Lake City protest march shooting. Obviously, that would be painful for anybody to hear about that. In general, when you think of the protests that you had planned, whether people are for it, whether they're against it, how do you make, or what is your take on how it was pulled off and how it went on your end?
From the actual No Kings protests themselves, I think that we've done a remarkable job of getting anywhere from, as has been reported, between 5 and 11 million people out on the streets across the country and even more around the world, united in solidarity against authoritarian actions taken by the government, against executive overreach, but more importantly, in community with each other. That is beautiful. And it is horrifying and disgusting the way that someone in Salt Lake City tried to destroy that. And in the same way that in this morning, someone attacked 2 political officials, again, apparently in reaction to the protests.
That's right. Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall said that, we deserve to feel safe, especially when exercising our First Amendment rights. Salt Lake police reporting they did take the suspected shooter into custody. Unfortunately, the person who was shot does have life-threatening injuries, so that's always disturbing to hear as people take peacefully to the streets that someone would show up with a gun and shoot someone else. Of course, the shooting is still under investigation, but it did happen at the protest as Hunter just mentioned. The message, Hunter, because the message may have gotten hijacked temporarily. We had people on the ground. They were speaking to the protesters. They heard their messages. They heard their stories. What is the message you hope that people take from today's day of national protest?
That the American people will not be silenced, and that we will stand up together against the forces trying to destroy our communities.
Hunter Dunn, thank you very much. The Los Angeles No Kings Day of Protest coordinator. Thank you for joining us. And we are looking live right now from Sky Fox. This is in Van Nuys, where earlier this morning there was also a protest from Panorama City to the federal building in Van Nuys, but where several protesters still remain. And now we're seeing this for the first time. We're seeing protesters take to the intersection. Obviously, on Van Nuys Boulevard, there is a green light. You see the traffic moving back and forth, obviously stressful, extremely dangerous for protesters, for drivers alike. This is Victory Boulevard and Van Nuys Boulevard, right there in the heart of Van Nuys, just about a mile or so away from the federal building and LAPD Van Nuys headquarters. LAPD is aware of what's happening. They're keeping a close eye on what's occurring here, but this is the first time that we're seeing a small group of protesters. Some of them are on bicycles, you see there, with flags. There's somebody with an American flag taken to the intersection. And now travel eastbound on Victory has the green light, and they're having to go around the protesters. So this is something you don't want to see. And we know the LAPD is monitoring this closely, and we would expect to see some officers arriving here shortly, if only to get those protesters to the safety of the sidewalk and not allow them to be in the middle of the street. It's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for everybody.
It's a reminder that there have been protests in many parts of Southern California today. Obviously, the big one we've been following has been in the downtown LA area. This being Van Nuys, not surprising to see on Saturday night protests pick up or start elsewhere. They were scheduled for various times throughout Southern California. But the people in the street, that is concerning because that is dangerous. That is where cars are driving, and you don't want somebody to get hurt or hit. You have people who are watching across the nation who might support, should support peaceful protest, but blocking traffic, that's not part of it. Being in this middle of the street, that's not part of it. Right now, we're watching a fairly small crowd there in Van Nuys, but they seem to be quite vocal and exercising their right to speak out. But in the middle of the road there, where somebody could get hit or hurt or an accident happen, that is a little more concerning, even though it's a small group right now.
That's right. Van Nuys and Victory Boulevard. Van Nuys Boulevard has been the scene of protests all day long, starting early this morning. But again, this is the first time that we're seeing protesters take to the middle of the street. We know that LAPD is keeping a close eye. Now we see a car going, oh no, it's trying to make a right turn, but you have people in the middle of the intersection, and you have people also in the crosswalk. And now the green light is obviously on Victory, and you still have those people in the middle of the street there. And traffic is very heavy on Victory and Van Nuys Boulevard. At any hour, it's usually very busy.
And then you think of a Saturday night where not everybody in LA went to the protest. Just making my way here, I was thinking of all the people who were going about their day in whatever fashion. Some were wanting to watch the parade celebrating the Army's birthday on television. President Trump did speak as well. So you have that counter picture of what happened in Washington, D.C., with the counter picture of the No Kings protests across the nation. This is a Saturday night in the Van Nuys area, very far from downtown LA for people who don't know the area. Van Nuys is in the valley, as we say. It is north of the 134 freeway. It is near the 405 freeway. We're downtown, obviously, near very different freeways. There is no curfew in this area like there is in that 1 square mile area of the downtown LA area. I'm thinking of motorists who may not want to be a part of this or get caught up in this. This is an area then to avoid, the Van Nuys area. Van Nuys and Victory. It can be alarming to get caught up in people in the street. It can feel alarming to not know where to go or not want to hit somebody. But there you have a crowd there who feels that they want to make their voices heard in the middle of the street. You have that white car. I don't know if they're able to make a left. They're trying to make a left. Their cars are trying to navigate around the people there.
And I understand that LAPD may be on the way there now. They're also monitoring the situation. I wanted to see if we could go to our other camera right now, the one that I believe is on second, where I understand arrests are being made right now. Do we have that other camera up that we can take a look? This is our other camera. We're just sort of moving around to get a better shot, but we understand that on second, arrests were now being made and people were seen being taken into custody. But that camera, I'm not sure if that's this camera or we do see the flashing lights of police officers. Mario Ramirez is on his way to LAPD headquarters right now for an official update, hopefully from the chief of police, Jim McDonnell. And you're looking live. This is downtown Los Angeles, and we understand that some people were being taken into custody. And we will get the numbers of people arrested. Hundreds have now been arrested during this 8 days of protest. Today is the 8th day, and we expect the numbers to be significantly higher tomorrow. The curfew did work for a while. It's not working apparently tonight. Maybe,
it may be.
It may be. Yeah.
LAPD was able to push the crowd out of the direct downtown LA area. We're going to talk to Mayor Karen Bass in just moments, but Gigi, what are you pointing out there?
This is Little Tokyo, and that is the bank, actually, I believe, that was closed yesterday. These are the boarded up businesses that you were seeing in downtown Los Angeles. That yesterday we walked all of Little Tokyo, and businesses boarded up and closed. I don't know if do we have the mayor on the line already?
Yeah, we do. Mayor Karen Bass, thank you so much for joining us. Christine Devine here with Gigi Graciette on a Saturday night. As you're watching live what's happening in downtown LA right now, the curfew on for about 30 minutes, where does the city stand tonight?
Well, I think the city stands enforcing the curfew. Overall, today was peaceful, considering how many protests took place. There were about 15 different protests all around the city. And of course, we were most concerned about the protests downtown. There were some difficulties there, but we are hopeful that we will be able to quickly get people to disperse without a lot of arrests for unlawful assembly or curfew violations. Over the last couple of days, that's where we have been. The number of arrests have dropped considerably. But of course, you know, this protest was one that was planned for months. That really was not about ICE. It was more about the military parade and the overreach of the administration. But then, of course, when the raids happened, then that expanded the view of the reason for the protest. But I'm sure it also contributed to thousands more people being in the streets that would have been.
Now, Mayor, obviously the city, the LAPD was prepared for the worst, but you specifically asked for peace, and you specifically asked that people not be violent because it would just feed into the rhetoric that's coming, that people, this perception that they have. President Trump said if it wasn't for him and if it wasn't for the National Guard, we would all be burning down right now. And you asked them not to be violent, not to feed into the rhetoric. This has to be disheartening.
Well, no, I mean, look, the way, especially if you view how the president characterized the city,